Just thinking about doing something, but I don't remember what it was. Oh well. Maybe it'll come back to me at some point. Hopefully everybody's morning's going well, or evening, depending where you are. Don't remember. But I was going to start to do something. What was I going to do? Probably won't come back. You're right. It was something. It's in my the starting thing is when I wanted to do it, but hmm. Either way, it's fine. Not a biggie. Today's going to be definitely interesting. We'll see how it goes. Today's going to be kind of like it's not going to be. It's going to be a standard stream length, but mostly because I do have D&D later, so we'll be doing that. And where are we last left off? Winter had begun, which means the indoor temperatures are similar to outdoor temperatures in summertime. One stack, two of these. Yeah, it is now. We're in the minus 40 to minus 50 range because it's officially winter. So today's a warm winter day. That's kind of nice. If there was a increased fire starting chance, like for 2 points, I actually might consider taking that over for like runs like this. I would consider taking it for like 2 points. I would improve my fire making skills. It's painful. It's so painful. Um, well, that's it for that. Yeah, me neither, Rick. But, it is what it is. We're doing the best we can with what we got. Hopefully you're having a good day. Okay, we'll pick that stuff up later. Not priority, pick it up now. I'm going to want to switch this focus to berries, because I get some food at the very least. Yeah, well, I mean, but that's the fun of it, right? Is that it's not about the realism. It's more about the having fun and the trying to survive in basically instant hypothermia. 'Cause that's kind of what it is. It's very painful indeed. Like, we basically are clinging to fires and antique ovens to just not die. Like, right now, we're in hypothermia again. Go, go, go. Which, in realistic, like, if it was real, my character wouldn't even, not even, like, because in terms of minutes, it's like, could you imagine spending, like, 40 minutes outside in that? No, you wouldn't be able to. Characters freezing absolutely super slowly. But Zomboid characters are made differently. Like, they're not your standard protagonisty folks. They're like made slightly differently. Okay, we'll heat up and then we'll head out. Okay, time to go. Liquid oxygen. Oh, hello. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do anything. Thank goodness it's a game, right? It's just like Minecraft. Steve's able to carry around, what is it, like literal tons of gold, like absolutely ludicrous amounts of gold, because he can carry in each stack 64, right? Um, 64 gold blocks. A gold block weighs about the same as 9 booleans. So 9 booleans, one gold boolean weighs a ridiculous amount. Now imagine carrying 64 blocks made of 9 gold booleans. Multiplying that by the amount of inventory space Steve has is just like, it's ludicrous. And then we welcome to the logic of video games. It's not real, right? And that's kind of good, because if you were to try and break it down into reality, it just is never a good time. It's like, it wouldn't work. None of it would work. And as realistic-ish as Zomboid is, kind of, with the whole Sims aesthetic and all of that stuff, there's stuff that just doesn't make sense and will never make sense unless you were to really, really try and put effort into making sure that it made sense. And then the game would lose some of its fun, kind of, if that was the case. That's one of the reasons why I like challenges like this, because it's like, it's crazy. Like, I physically cannot go out longer than a couple of seconds before my character's already entering the freezing state. So basically, I'm forced to trace along the same routes and or run over to a fire and warm up. So right now I'm just kind of tracing around the outer edge of my home, just to keep an eye on things. These trees are deceptively like hiding, by the way. Like, in terms of their ability to hide zombies. It's like the zombies hiding directly behind the tree. I'm not saying that for Rick, of course, because Rick knows this game like inside. But I'm just saying in general. No, don't rip that. Craft it into a rope. There we go. Yeah, no, the gas would be froze. Like, keeps it keeps it going from it going bad. I mean, at this temperature, I guess technically bacteria and all of that wouldn't be able to function at all. Yeah, so it wouldn't be able to go bad. It would be like, but it would be beyond. Like, wouldn't it actually like be so frozen that it wouldn't actually, when it thawed out, it wouldn't be usable? Right? Is that a thing? I think that might be a thing. I don't know for sure though. No. Why you gotta grab that one? No. Still off skew, but I'm gonna just deal with it. Thank you for the wellness check. I do appreciate it. What about that? Yeah. Okay, I need to go inside for a second. Okay, heat up. I know it's not a real priority to be doing what I'm doing, but I do like. I think it's nice, kind of. No, I ran out of planks. Where do you live on the map? Currently, we're on the southern part of Ravencreek. So if I were to show you the map, which I will in a moment, we live here. This is a modded map called Ravencreek. So we live here just south of the or north of this little lake area here that's beside a trailer park, a residential area, and then I seen a factory over here somewhere in my previous playthrough. So yeah, and then there's a big fence that runs along this wall, and we should be good for the most part. Like maybe not perfectly good, but it's like in terms of distance, you got Rosewood right here, March Ridge right here. There's West Point. There's Louisville. Muldraw would be like here somewhere, and then you've got Riverside that's like over here somewhere. So it's like on the edge of the map. That's the secret military base is like here somewhere, or maybe a little bit to the right of that. I'm not sure. I've never been there. Like actually, lovely. Here we go. Ooh, northwest? No, Ravencreek is Louisville is northwest. Ravencreek is usually southeast on the map. I don't know if there's an older version of Ravencreek that exists. This is the version of Ravencreek that I'm used to. The I'm not used to playing modded maps though. This is my very first actual like modded map. Not intentionally. I didn't have any time to go and get books. I would go and get books if I could. I can't though. Because getting books currently would require me to know where the different areas are in terms of, like, I mean, I guess I can technically go to the residential area and I can get books from there, but and the trailer park, there's probably bookshelves within the trailers, but would need to make it to that point where I can do that. Um, I can't just waltz into the trailer park and get books. That's just not how it works. Especially when my movement speed will be hampered by the cold, and there's probably at least several thousand zombies over there. I don't trust it at all. It is times 16 pop out after all, so you can't trust it. When you're playing on times 16 population, if you try to rush an area without really knowing, respawn is off, but it's still, there's a lot of zombies still. So I can't just go to that area, because if I were to go to that area and let's say that I bunch up the zombies and pull them away, right? Exclamation point mods for the mod list. The if I try to bunch up the zombies, where am I going to take them? If I bring them over to the woods, how am I to know that there are not zombies within those woods? You know, because I don't know the area very well. And it could be that those woods are way worse than my current area. So I would just be bringing zombies to other zombies, and then my character would lose movement speed over time to the point where she's hypothermic, and then by that point, the cold siphons into the tiredness siphons into the exertion, and then I can't lose the zombies because my character's tired, exerted, and then if she's that level of cold, she has a chance to get sick. So if she gets sick, even with outdoorsmen, you can get sick. And yeah, if she gets sick, then we kind of can't do anything. Well, I mean, I can kind of lose the cold really quickly because we have common mallow now, but before I couldn't do anything. I had to like hide on the bottom of the map. It's quite the monologue. Yeah, it's one of those things, right? It all links in together and it has a domino effect that can kind of completely screw you. So you kind of have to know that and then manage things as best you can, right? So XP, I would like to go and get books. Trust me, I really would, and it's a good idea, and I do appreciate the idea. But it's very difficult. It is a difficult task. So right now, priority wise, it's just best to not worry about that, and we worry about staying alive right now. Because if my character's alive, she's able to keep going, and eventually she'll get the XP she needs, or she'll get the books, and then the XP becomes easy. Multi-hit, I have 30 hours, so multi-hit, and too easy. Should I leave it on? If you like multi-hit, you can leave it on. As you play longer in the game, it just not having multi-hit raises the difficulty slightly. It's not by much, but it slightly raises the difficulty because you have to be a little bit more careful with how you approach combat. That said, the difference between multi-hit and not multi-hit is not that bad, not that big a difference. At least in my head, it doesn't make that much of a difference. It's like you're able to hit a few more zombies, so that part of it is kind of nice. But if you do attack the zombies in a poor way, you will still get killed and grabbed. And so multi-hit is if you turn it off, it makes the game slightly harder, ever so slightly harder. But like I said, it's not that much harder. It's like I would say pinpoint hearing is a setting that's much worse than to turn on than multi-hit in terms of it. If you have to turn off multi-hit or you turn on pinpoint hearing is harder. And then if you want the absolute hardest, sprinters are the absolute pinnacle of Zomboid difficulty. There's nothing more difficult than sprinters. Yeah. Multi-hit does make the game slightly easier in the sense that you don't have to be as careful with your attacks, but you still do need to be careful with your attacks. So it's like it's not that much easier. It's only slightly easier. You can cook on the campfire? Yeah. Well, I mean, these things make sense to be able to be cooking on the campfire, right? They're like a pot. But some things don't make sense, like throwing the fish directly on there, and then somehow, how is my character getting it back off? Because if you've ever cooked with a campfire, like you would need to have like a small grill on the top, or a stick, or like tinfoil. Looks OP. It's not as OP as it seems, because if zombies come up and they pass through the fire, they'll light themselves up, and it's kind of annoying. You can avoid that in a normal game by putting the campfire on the water. The reason why I'm not putting the campfire on the water right now is because I need to be able to stand next to it. Because at these temperatures, we're in the like minus. Like it's 3 degrees Celsius directly next to the fire. In reality, yeah, you can't place the pot directly into the fire, but that in PZ you kind of you have to place the. That's how it works. But that's when like once again is why PZ and reality are not the same. They won't be ever the same. They're, video game versus. It's cool that it has realistic elements, but it's not gonna be the same as reality. It's just never. Not unless you choose to make it like a reality, I guess. Okay, time to go. Oh. What shall we do today? What shall we do today? I think we'll chop down more trees. Tried to take over the world. I was sad to see that show end. But, There was another version of that show that existed that was called Pinky and the Brain and Elmira, and it was really, really well written. The writers of that show they just went crazy and had fun. It was part of Animaniacs at first, and then it actually got its own spin-off series for a little while. Similar to a lot of other like there was Animaniacs had a lot of characters and a lot of like that got their own sort of little shows afterwards. It's definitely interesting. Right, we have how many stone axes? I will take 3 of you, and hopefully we'll find more stones. We'll put 1 in our hands, 1 on our back, and but yeah, Animaniacs was a great show. I like that they really pushed the limits and tried to like get folks learning about a bunch of stuff. Fair. I'd prefer you not turn my chat into a wiki, but on how to cook with a campfire. But I do appreciate that information exists so that if people want to learn, then they can like go Google it and find it themselves. I appreciate you, though. Thank you. Because if I ever were wanting to learn that sort of stuff, there was some stuff that I did enjoy about like a survival experience that was neat. Somebody got caught in a blizzard, and that they were like a blizzard chaser or something. Is neat. How they like flattened out the side of beside their vehicle and then put up like a tarp, and they had this cozy little. It almost made you want to go and be in a blizzard. It's funny because you say that the snow in this game feels like a completely different game. When I go and watch other people lately, it feels like I'm looking at a different game because of the grass and the other stuff. It's just to me now the game. This is the game. It's been like this for me for what is it like a month and a bit. So it just feels like that. This is how the game is supposed to be, right? I've allocated to the point where it's snow and the storm. Yeah, okay. Those things are normal. It's and then when I see grass and like the regular game, it's like wow. Like I'll go watch Chili and or Lamp and they're just like just wow. There's grass that you don't have to pull up with your hands. It's just like there and it's green. Or the roads, being able to see the ground. Because I'm not going to be able to see the ground ever again. That's not happening in this playthrough. That's one of the reasons why I'm really looking forward to Build 42 is it's going to be with this playthrough I've learned quite a lot of the like wilderness survival and stuff like that. So I'm really looking forward to being able to have these survival skills for later. It's going to be useful. You can see ground if you place the floor. Not if it's like this. It has to be one of the off days where the game is not storming. Otherwise, it'll immediately put that floor with snow. Unless it's on the other side, like if I put it on a roof, like a second story thing. I got to see the ground briefly when we made that little structure in the last playthrough. There we go. Oh yeah. Grass is a myth. Did they discover electric eels before electricity was discovered? Because I'm feeling like they probably didn't. People were very, and still are very, scared of the ocean. They had eel for breakfast. They probably just called them eels. And then as time went on, we probably did put a distinction on the eels based on the style that they are, like moray eel and etc. At least that's what I would think. I could be wrong with that though. My ability to do anything is so limited that I have to take what little joys I can out of this. I think I'm gonna do a few more arrows just on the ground for fun. Ooh, I could write other stuff too. I could put my name on the ground. That's a priority for my firewood. Do you have worse vehicle condition? I have no idea. I think I might have left that alone. I don't know. Vehicles are not a priority in my head right now. If I did leave it alone, then that's fine. It's not something that matters. The reason why it doesn't matter is because it's like if I get to the point where I can have a vehicle, I earned that. I deserve to have something. It doesn't matter if it makes sense. I lived that long. I can have that. It's fine. So I probably set them down because that's just generally how I play. But if I didn't, then um, if I didn't set it down, it would make the same amount of sense as it would the zombies being able to move around. That the vehicles in this universe are made to last, as opposed to made to break down after 5 to 10 years. So let's be honest, we would much prefer vehicles that were built to last than ones that would break down. Sad truth of our reality. All right, look at this. Thankfully, we're not at the peak of cold yet, so that's kind of nice. So maybe it only goes down to minus 155? The first day of winter, we did see a minus 151 day, so I'm hoping that it doesn't, like, it stays in the 140 to 150 range. We don't need it to be that cold. That's fine. We can do without it. This is a hiking path. I'm loving this chipstones that I'm picking up. Why am I making those arrows? Just for fun. There's literally no reason behind it. It's a visual marker of the path I walk in the morning, and I just am doing it for fun. Because what else am I supposed to do at this time? I can't go push the trailer park. I want to really badly, but hi, Shadow. Yeah. You never thought of it. It's a good idea. Oh, which my arrows? I hopefully you're having a good day. By the way, Shadow. Thank you very much for the bits. I do very much appreciate it. I like putting things down visually for myself so that I can see where what we're up to. Let's make 6 axes. Yes, all 6 axes can go in here. We're starting to build up axes. I'd like to have a backlog. Oh, you're starving? Oh, you probably should get some food then. Have a good meal. Enjoy. Maybe cook yourself something special. Let's have a sit. Let's heat ourselves back up to full. Alright, we're good. Carry on. Surviving, going through medical issues. Hopefully it sorts itself out for you. That sounds terrible. How fast does health go down because of cold? Not very quickly, actually. Thankfully. What do you do after surviving? Doesn't get boring? I mean, not really. I mean, it kind of get boring after a little while, but I always give myself goals and kind of just keep going based on those goals that I set for myself. Plus, I have the added benefit of the fact that I play other games as well, or I work and or go on vacation and or those sorts of things. So that kind of keeps me feeling like the game is fairly good a lot of the time. But even when I don't, and I'm like daily streaming, and I'll stream for anywhere between 7 to sometimes 12 plus hours. It's because I have a goal and I'm striving towards something. The having a goal is just amazing. My current goal is survival. I know that doesn't seem like very much, I burned some bodies of a few zombies way long time ago. It was the bodies were piled up next to my fishing spot, so I just put them all on the campfire and burned them. You hear the what's it called, the Crypt of the Necrodancer merchant? Yeah, it's true. But yeah, that's what I would say is if you're struggling to keep going and you get bored, try giving yourself some goals to achieve. I know that this particular goal is kind of boring because but I need to do it in order to survive and to make it to the next part, right? So as much as it is not necessarily the most thrilling of gameplay, it is definitely a necessity. So I don't die. Oh, when you first seen him and started singing. When I first seen that merchant when I played, it was definitely I was shocked, and then yeah, it was definitely interesting. I'm not very good at Crypt of the Necrodancer. I really wish I could be better at that game. Show my base. I don't really have a base right now, or not a real one. My base right now is I live in a fishing cabins. Well, my current goal, to not die. Once we survive the whole not dying part of it, then we'll decide on a new goal. I guess that's as straight as I can get it, huh? Should have did the middle section first. I don't like that. I need to fix that. Yeah. Slime kills you? Oh, that's understandable. Crypt of the Necrodancer is hard. That's eh, perfect. I'll be right back. Fire. How much do you have? Okay. Oh no, I pulled the bottom up. There. Yeah, that's a good goal to have, in my opinion. Really good goal. Grab the top one. Of course, you're not going to grab the top one. It's good to read all the books and then level your character up. It's not quite in line, but it's good enough. So. Alright, so we have fish. Okay. An arrow there, and I want to put an arrow here. Yeah. The arrow there, arrow here. Hello. Might be too many, but that's okay. We'll. Okay, we'll go fish. We're a bit early to fish, but it's fine. We'll get maybe an XP. No, whatever. It's fine. Nice. Eat some berries. Let's go to bed full. Yeah, I forgot I have a meat cleaver in my bag. Mine 92. It's inside. Inside temperature. It's so cold. You've never made it to Louisville? I figure you'll make it at some point. If you make that one of your goals, you'll probably achieve it. We'll come up here and we'll write something. Maybe. Still thinking about it. I pressed Q by accident, by the way. He's like a whoops. That one wasn't by accident. Hopefully. Negative 155. We did it. Success. There we go, warmed up. I don't know what that means at all. What do you mean? Using arrow keys? What about arrow keys? I'm confused. You can use those buttons on arrow keys? Shouting, reloading, pausing. So pausing for me is F2. Opening doors is E. Shouting is Q still, because I feel like that I should actually. So the key config for it being on Q is brilliant in my opinion, because Q is right beside two movement commands, so you have a chance of messing up and pressing it sometimes, which is really good design. I think that's great because it's because you could accidentally hit it, and that's good. Um, R is for reload. Yeah. What's F? Flashlight. I don't use F very often, but I bet you it is still on F. But yeah, I like having all of those things where they are. I guess technically my time controls are, given that they're on default, they're less optimal, but in my opinion, if it works for you, it works for you. And Bonds is probably the best person in the game in Zomboid for using time controls, and he uses the default configs, so kind of makes a case for the configs being decent. But then again, Bonds is kind of a little bit otherworldly with his time control. Everybody has their like best talent, right? Yeah, if it was up to me, I would use controller for combat, just because analog is more precise. Although, because the game is so like tile oriented, um, and the way that the combat works is based on tile to tile interaction. Um, yeah, it's kind of rigid, and the tank controls on keyboard is fine. You don't need to be so precise with the mouse, but kind of. Fair. There's some people who unbind Q completely, but in my head, it's really good game design to put it right next to the forward and side movement because it's well, I mean, how many times has everyone here accidentally hit Q? I hit Q. I just earlier I hit Q by accident. I guarantee that it happens quite a lot to a lot of folks, right? Well, you can change it. I do think it's a good game design. Meanwhile, hiding HUD on V and also the vehicle menu being on V, that's bad game design. Hiding HUD should be on a different, like, completely different thing. Shouldn't be on the same as the vehicle menu. But, I mean, you can't win them all, you know? Maybe they'll fix it. Maybe not. You can just change the key binding, so I don't know why they would ever want to fix it. You know what I mean? It's one of those things that's not. They don't need to fix it because they've implemented a fix for it, kind of. Okay, I'm gonna bring these upstairs. Get ourselves warm again. Yeah, I like these arrows. They just are. They please me a little bit. I should put one here. I should move this one up. Put one here. Arrow here. Arrow there. Maybe one in between. Nah. Arrow there. Yeah. The hide HUD is really good for screenshots, though. I can't remember what I changed mine to. Where is it? In the UI, right? No. Did I miss it? I thought it was called hide HUD. Maybe it's toggle? No. Toggle UI? I put it on slash, maybe? Is that? Yeah, okay, it is. I very, very rarely take screenshots without having this stuff on the screen. Also, being able to choose where these windows go would be nice, because I would put it somewhere. Or being able to lock windows. I would lock these two windows in their size and keep them here. Sometimes I want to make it bigger, but like most of the time I like them this size, and I don't want them to be open. Like I like them to be closed like this, and only open when I hover over them. But sometimes I'll grab them by accident and move them. Yeah, it is kind of annoying. We're gonna level up strength soon. 300 XP. Just saw that on my way by. Have a good sleep. No worries, you're good. I'd rather you get rest in than stay up extra late and be procrastinating and all that stuff. Have a good sleep. Enjoy. What the heck? Actually, we can just drink that. Alright. A fairly nice day. No. Oh, thank goodness I grabbed the right one. Here we go. Make another one there. But I need to go warm up first because we're hypothermic. We've probably been hypothermic for a little bit. Is it killing me? I think so. It's okay. Okay. Oh yeah, it's definitely killing me. And there we go. No longer hypothermic. Alright. So chop down more trees. What am I doing to that meat cleaver? I'm using it as an axe. I have to. So because my character is an axe wielding lumberjack, I need to use the meat cleaver as an axe whenever I get one. For the most part, sometimes I'll use it as a weapon, but it's just it's smarter to use the meat cleaver as opposed to using an axe because my character, even with the or with the other axes, her attack speed will be way faster. So it's just better for those to be utilized as weapons. So although I do like the meat cleaver, and I feel like it is a really good weapon, um, I can't utilize it as such. I mean, I can, but not quite. We do have quite a stockpile of wood, though, so that's kind of nice. Have a sit. Chili. It does suck though. I don't like using the meat cleaver this way. I really like. I'm not keen, but it's okay. You do what you have to survive. There are limits to that, though. Like for example, if my character was starving, I'm not going to eat a frog. It's not happening. I will starve to death long before I eat a frog in this game. Yeah, there are. Here, I'll finish chopping down this tree and then I'll show you. Because we have to. I show you my frogs. Quite happily, in fact, I'll show you my frogs. So far we've collected 2, but we will see a lot more. I already moved one. I'm not moving a wood stove down by the river. I moved one upstairs next to my bed, and that's good enough. I don't want to put one by the river. And your character can move anything. Strength has not much to do with that, actually. It's a carpentry thing, but even the wood stoves don't require carpentry. They just require you to have a hammer. That's all. They weigh 40, same as a fridge. But yeah, no, I'm not putting this down by the river. It risks it getting killed or damaged by zombies. It's there's no yeah, it's not worth. But up here, look, see, I can't zoom my camera anymore, but can you see them? They're right there. Bro, it's part of the vanilla game. When you get up to level 7, foraging, you have a chance of finding frogs during and after rain. So, but because blizzards count as rain, I have a chance of finding both common mallow and frogs all the time. Yeah, and so these are my frogs, Ray and Pam, and I will not eat them. I will sooner starve to death than eat them. See, I wouldn't want to use one of those kinds of mods because they like if they implement that into the vanilla game, I'd be for it. But it's a mod that makes things. It's just like there's actually some folks showed me recently. There's a frog pond mod where you can breed the frogs and you can like feed the frogs and stuff. And while that is cool, it also makes it so that you can have basically infinite frogs. So it's like, while that is neat, it's not quite the mod that I would look for, you know? Because it seems like you would have infinity frogs, and I like finding them like this. It feels more like rare. Because even we've had foraging level, what is it, level 7 to 8 for a while, and we've only found 2 frogs. We'll find more. I guarantee we'll find at least another, like, easily. We'll see how big the frog count is after a while. But, crawfish? And you're pretty sure they aren't in Kentucky. Well, I mean, they might be in this version of Kentucky. Because, like, Knox, this version of Kentucky, while trying to be as close to the 1993 Kentucky, um, this version of Kentucky in this universe didn't have zombies in their entire. There were zombies were not a thing, and they're like feature horror films are like Dog Goblin, right? So it's like it's a different timeline, so maybe in different universe I could see crustaceans acting differently. Minus 150. Yeah, we're getting there. Today it's quite cold. I'm cold. It is interesting weather, that's for sure. This poor meat cleaver. It was in good condition to start. You don't see why Kentucky wouldn't? I mean, it depends, right? States are fairly large in size. I would assume maybe the one size might not have them. One side might. I don't know. I don't know the shellfish that would be in the States. I am not familiar. I know we probably don't have them in my province. But we might. You never know. Oh, we're stout. Nice. Level 6 strength. Hello. How's the winter going? I mean, it's going. We're doing what we can to survive. We're making progress. Thank you very much for the follow. Nope. I've been trying to raid the trailer park for several in-game months, but unfortunately, right now we've, well, at least I've decided, due to the temperatures, I'm gonna just wait out the winter. Like I can't. We can't even go outside for more than a few in-game like minutes before we start to freeze. So my attack debuffs are too high. It's not. 5k. Well, I mean, kind of. You gotta remember, my character also doesn't have modifiers outside of Hiker, right? So I gain a little bit more XP because of Hiker, but I've not read any of the books because I just don't have the books. I can't read them. It's easy, but so is everything. Let's be clear. Everything is easy in terms of leveling in this game. There's nothing that's really that difficult. All you have to do is live for long enough, and eventually everything will be maxed. Nimble without a modifier, okay, I'll give you that. That's difficult, kind of, but if you break it down, it's not that difficult. Being in the nimble stance, that's all. And you'll gain XP very slowly. And then reloading is not hard, it's just mind numbing. That's all. If you go for a very long time of doing it, you can get through it. Lamprey managed to do an entire stream around reloading. And it was hype. That was a hype stream to be a part of. Go and enjoy. Without a modifier, though, yeah, they are kind of pain, but they're not hard. There's nothing that's hard to level. Just a matter of if you have the sort of the will to do it, right? Fitness is not hard to level. You can actually speed level fitness really, really fast. And get fitness up in like less than 2 years. But I don't really do that because I don't. It seems a little excessive. Although the athletics bonus is nice. Less than 2 years. I'm talking in terms of marathon gameplay. It's not hard. It's not like Nimble where you're basically stuck nimbling for like 3 years, 4 years, or reloading, which takes literally mental strain on your spirit to like. Because after level 5 up to level 5 reloading, it's not bad, but then there's a severe XP reduction after level 5 for both aiming and reloading. It's like really, really bad. You get like 1/4 of the XP you would normally get. You gotten, yeah, yeah. No, they're not hard to level up. You can. It depends on what you've got though. If you've got no bonus, or if you've see, even having one bonus is a huge difference, because this character with one bonus made it to level 8.5. So let's even like we could take this off and say level 7 foraging, right? In the same amount of time it took my previous character to get to like level 4, level 5. That one bonus is huge. It's enormous. It's just like strength. You can see the difference between strength, right? Strength and fitness were the same. Were differed by one. Strength has a 1 level bonus, while fitness does not. So, and strength is literally 2 levels ahead of fitness. That's like a straight up, like over 70k difference in terms of XP. Now, in saying that, strength is easier to train than fitness, but yeah, no, I know, but I'm just putting it as a comparator. Fitness you train by running around, by doing exercise, by hitting zombies, and then strength. All you need to do is be carrying around more than half of your encumbrance. So, and then from there it's hitting zombies, hitting trees. In terms of marathon gameplay, in like 3 years you have most things leveled, depending on your settings. Is the bare minimum? Why? It's not like the strength bonus gives you that much more damage. Being like level 3 strength, or it's fine. Maybe you just like to fight zombies in massive hordes, which I can understand. That is really fun. It's not that much more damage though. Yeah, I figured. So you do like to fight massive hordes. Okay, I'm gonna go heat myself up and then come back, and we'll probably chop down that tree. It detects the attack speed? I don't think it does. Strength, I don't think affects attack speed. Fitness affects attack speed. Yeah, you're thinking of the other one. It's fitness and knife skill. So short blades and fitness attack speed. Um, Strength would be damage. It gives you more damage, which is not relevant to knives. Not really. I mean, kind of. It makes it easier to two-shot with knives. And then also you can carry more. So you can carry more knives. So, but yeah, strength is damage. Fitness is attack speed. And then your weapon skill, whatever it is. Okay, let's go chop down that tree. Wait, no, we can't. I gotta wait for Chili to go away. There we go. Okay, now we can go chop down that tree. You can't use spears anymore? And you go in for the spear lunge? That's just, you need to stop yourself from doing that. And that's kind of hard to do, I understand. But it's like, just if when you're using spears, you need to respect the spears, and then also you need to remember that if you do that, it's death. Retraining yourself to do that is kind of tough. When you're all, especially when you're in rhythm, like you're in a flow state. You're trying to just kind of go, and there's times where you can hit that one behind you, but you just need to sort of time it, right? It's and if you're backpedaling on a horde, that's not the time. I was gonna chop down that tree, but okay. Go back down this way. I don't mind spears, even though spears have nearly gotten me killed in a couple situations. Um, it's yeah. At least it rarely does it with short blades. Most of the time, it can't. Short blades are actually have a safety feature built in where if there's more than one zombie aggro to you that you're not actually supposed to be able to jaw stab. Now, there's very fringe cases that I've seen where the jaw stab seems to still go off while you have more than one aggroed, but it involves something to do with the zombie sight and maybe them losing aggro very briefly during their walking animation or something. I don't know why it happens, but I've seen it where I've had two zombies aggro to me and I still knife stabbed. But it's very the it's not something you would be able to trigger as easily accidentally, if that makes sense. It's not like it's something you would trigger. Yeah. It's one of those things that would you would use. That and fences and knives. Fish. Fish. I did the E or the S so that it. I kind of wanted it to be like different, like kind of like those backwards E's on lemonade stands. I like being stout. I missed higher levels of strength. I really miss out the athletics bonus though from having high fitness.
This came in the poppin'. No, it's will enjoy your show. Hopefully, it is all that you want it to be. Hello. Which tree was it that I was chopping down? Was it this one? It might have been that one. like that. Offside. Hi there. Oh, I get it now. It's these ones. Start again. Wellness. I will do wellness in a moment. Do appreciate though. Thank you very much for the wellness check. Alright. Like that? No, it doesn't look right. Doesn't look right. Ah, I'm so cold though. I need to go warm up. Hello. I need to go warm up. It's too cold. We're dying of hypothermia, and I'm trying to make an arrow that I like. And what tea am I drinking? I am drinking right now. It's a steeped tea. That's like probably it's probably a pico. If I had to guess, but I don't know for sure. Stop being cold. I'm trying to draw. Because I don't mind these. Okay, let's try again. Oh, no, 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 don't turn that into a... Stop that. Create Devil's Mask. No, I'm not doing that. So this one can go like that, and then... If we... Oh, if I turn this one slightly... About... No. Why is there so much trash there? Because I collected all the trash that was in the area except for one pile of trash, and I put it there. Because if all the trash is consolidated to one area, then I can just forage over it and it's in one spot. That's a good enough area to forage for trash objects. Because the trash nodes, or not nodes, but the trash spots increase the likelihood of finding trash when foraging. Same as you'll notice that the little stumps and the stick spots have a higher chance to yield like wood related things, and the stone spots have a higher chance of giving you stones. So here, I'll give you an example in a second when we go foraging, but like that. Yeah, I like that better. Yeah, basically, you can consider it a trash farm. There, I like that better. That's a much better arrow. Okay. But yeah, so you can like see I can forage over this, and that's not trash, but see, there's also happens to be like a wood stump there as well. But if we were to go over here to, let's say, because right now my focus is stones, if I remember right. So if we were to go forage over here, this spot here, that spot there have a higher chance of yielding stones. This spot here might, that one there, but like, look, see, stone here, stone there. in the middle of, but like it's just a higher chance. It's not like it's guaranteed. It's foraging is very much it's random. But see, so this is another rock spot, so it has a chance. Same for if we were to keep going. There's two more rock spots up here. There's a rock spot there. Rock spot there. But see, so rock spots have a higher chance for stones. Nimble's random? I mean, kind of. The smidge random, yeah. Sometimes you get a lot of XP, sometimes you get none. It's kind of random, yeah. Okay. Up to 10. In 10 minutes in real life. I mean, it happens. Sometimes you get lots and lots of nimble. Sometimes you don't, though. It is nice when you level up to like level. Once you hit that level 3 nimble stride, it's really, really nice. And then the 4, and like, you can start really feeling the nimble after like 3, 4, 5. And then everything after that's just gravy. You just get to move even faster. Yeah, 3, 4, 5. Those are the really noticeable ones. We're actually starting to reach that a point where our weight is in a good spot. And if we get another, like this day is not too bad in terms of temperature. If we have days like this, I may actually start sieging the trailer park again. Because, minus 140, it's not that bad. It's okay. It seems doable. What is the carving fork? Let's do a 3. Being stout is nice. You can carry so much more stuff. There is a difference actually, and the difference is notable in your insulation. So, because I did some testing with the insulation because I wanted to see how fast it would go. These numbers here fight against cold numbers that have like an exponent. Um, it's interesting. I was looking at it when I was doing my lemongrass test because I did test lemongrass as well recently, like to see exactly how it works. Because I wanted to see if there was a way that I could take more lemongrass. Pine cones in the future will likely be used to plant trees, but currently they are used to throw away for XP, or you can decorate with them. They're a junk item that is decoratable. And they have a model. It's nice, kind of. I suppose you could probably use it in sky art. I'm not very good at doing art attack style sky arts, though. My creative mind for that is very kind of low. And that's good enough. I was thinking about drawing the zomboid frog with sticks and branches. Because I could do that. But yeah, the biggest reason why I don't want to go out during winter is because it's this particular winter it just you drop down to freezing too fast. And the freezing debuff is horrible. Like cold debuff sucks, but freezing is just it's not fun. It sucks way harder. Oops. I should bring a backpack out here. Yeah, we'll bring a backpack out here. Hmm? Oh, hi. Grab half. Go. These will make the soups a little bit better in case we need to like really bulk up, which we don't. We're actually doing really good on our weight. So I might actually ease back on the collecting of things here. And we'll do some foraging for some other stuff. Hello. Ooh, bad timing. Mm-hmm. Uh, Alright, back to the house. Go. Good sleep, get a energy back out there to fish. More Stardew music. Yeah, I do really like the Stardew tracks. I feel they're great. I added 5 new songs to the list, but I don't know if we'll be able to hear them. I'm gonna try because I found a really cool playlist, but I didn't really get to listen to a lot of the songs on it. So We'll see. I might add a bunch more songs to the playlist. All right, we've got a nice clear day. Oh, look at that forage radius. It is huge. Oh, look at all the things. Just keep gaining. We're almost level 9. 2,000 more XP to go, and then we'll be level 9. Nice. Shut that off there. Just jog up and put away this stuff. Wellness. That's a good idea. I'll take a wellness break here in just a bit. Just want to get this stuff away first, and then we'll do that, okay? I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's put this stuff away. Start with making an axe. There. These berries can go here. Okay, let's get there. And we'll pause it there so that I can take wellness. So I will be right back in a couple of minutes. BRB. Hope of winning. Not this time. Sorry, timer. Maybe next time. No, no. Yeah, it's okay. Defeated the timer yet again. That's normal, though. I almost always defeat the timer. Good morning. Good morning. What are those graves? They're part of the environment. So like kind of like they're obviously they're placed by the mod creator for this area. I mean, you can make those the in vanilla the cross graves as well as the other things a kiln if I like I think, which is also something from vanilla, but I can't interact with either of them. I suppose I could if I went over to disassemble them, but I like them aesthetically, so I'm just leaving them alone. They kind of are great. I'm pretty sure that on the map they're like graves in representation because this is like a campsite, right? And there's like two cabins, and I this area looks like an area where they were trying to survive. That's what it looks like to me, anyways. And that they ended up not surviving. So yeah, so there was a little campsite over here, right, with the graves, and then there's a cabin here that says "alive inside," and then over here there's actually a pre-set up little camping like area, kind of like it's got the logs and the campfire and a chair, and it looks like they burned the words "alive" into the ground over here, so it is kind of neat in how it is presented. It looks like this area, some survivors, maybe from the trailer park or from the residential area, made their way out here and they were camping out here and surviving. They're obviously gone now, but you know, it just kind of gives kind of a lore feel to it, which is neat. I do like that. As we go on, we'll see because I do want to take over the rest of the trailer park and loot the trailer park, and then we can maybe make pushes towards the residential area, um, as well as explore the surrounding area, see how far away the river and bends are, and then also take over that factory. Those are all things that I want to do. However, due to the absolutely ridiculous levels of cold, I'm not able to do any of that right now. I simply must wait. I bide my time, patiently waiting for things to get better. And once they do get better, oh, we'll be happy, I'm sure. For now, though, I am just going to keep kind of like chopping into the forest. Sure. We'll come back over here in a second with ropes. How many do we need, anyways? Yeah, it's not that many. just want it visually represented where I'm going to rip up the grass over there. Let me rip up grass for a little while longer. I'll take out all this. But first, let's warm up and catch fish. We got a little bit more time left. Thank you very much for the wellness check. I can have a sip of my drink here in a moment. I didn't know it went colder than 155, but I'm keen to see that it does. I wonder how cold it's gonna get. Because at this point, even the fires are not really that great. Like, they're not. They warm me up, but they just, like, keeping me barely together. Before I step out of the house, I'll be freezing indoors. Yeah. Which we already are. It's like minus 90 inside when there's no. When I don't have an oven on. Hello. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. Hopefully you're good too. Yeah, when you open like the pilot opens the door and like immediately freezes from like all the way, like full body. Like, look, I'm right next to the fire. This is as close as I can get. Oh, you're tired? Hopefully you get some good rest here soon. Gas would freeze and not be useful. My character would breathe out and it just would be frozen. Like it's impossible to live in these kinds of conditions. But thankfully it's a video game, and it's just it's a stat that's making my character cold as opposed to actuality. The realism behind it, I don't like really thinking about it too much because it's like the zombies wouldn't be able to move, the air would freeze. Like it's just it. I have to suspend my disbelief in order to keep playing because it's like, yeah, it's impossible. I 100% know it's impossible in these scenarios, but it's like, but I'm having fun with it too because it's like it's cool. So maybe this version of cold is not quite like reality's cold, and it doesn't freeze things in quite the same way. You know what I mean? That it freezes things, but things still retain their heat. So maybe in this universe, there things like that's why food goes bad is because they still have their heat right within, but their heat's being taken away from things like I don't know. It would be difficult to explain this, but I think I kind of explained it well, sort of, right? That there's like things lose heat, but they don't. Yeah, it's hard to explain. They lose heat, but they don't freeze. But they do freeze, but they don't freeze. At the end of the day, it's no sense in overcomplicating it. So it's minus 150. Well, it's minus 153 now, but yeah, it's just it's like space cold. And I'm trying to think of different projects that I can do in this area that are not too intensive, but at the same time aren't boring, at least for me. So, like, I'm thinking about building a wall right now. Because for me, building a wall is like, I'm going to put a wall all the way across here, and then all the way across there. I'm going to wall this entire area for fun. Because I'm going to get bored otherwise. I have patience, and I can outwait the months of winter, but it's going to be boring, kind of. So I need something to do. So let's see. There we go. No, they wouldn't be able to move. Organisms in general would just be done. I don't think anything can live in this kind of temperature at all. It's like way too cold. Hello. Hopefully you're well, Otto. I'm having a good day, sort of. I'm a bit nervous because we do have D&D today, or we're supposed to. And last week it got canceled because our DM's computer blue screened. So I really hope that their PC doesn't have any more problems and that they're doing okay. Yeah, I hope it's good too. My plan is that so I'll probably stream for another few hours or a couple hours, and then we'll probably host out, and then after that, um, it'll be basically time for D&D. And then I'll probably maybe stream again later. We'll see. Because I want to push through these winter months as fast as possible. Because then we can get back to what we can get back to the fun of fighting zombies and killing the area, and actually going to visit Ravencreek. Every result is Frostpunk. I'm not surprised. That's why Frostpunk is on my playlist right now. Like we added Frostpunk to the playlist because one, Emma suggested it, and Emma's brilliant for suggesting it, and then also because it fits. It's just is such a solid choice. Oh, you found a record of colder than 89? Really? Have I tried the Long Dark? So I played a very small amount of the Long Dark. Back when my friend was going for like the hardest playthrough of the Long Dark. So I have a friend who doesn't stream. I don't think they stream anymore, but they used to stream, and they used to play a lot of survival games and variety and a bunch of other stuff. And the Long Dark was one of their favorite games. So they used to very much. The poke-tato emote is their emote actually, because that particular friend is was called Sword of Poke, and they're the one that gave me the poke-tato, which is the potato emote that we have. Yeah, they were amazing at the Long Dark. I'm not very good at it. Like I would need to practice. I mean, technically, I'm fairly good at this version of the Long Dark, but this version doesn't have wolves. Surface of the Moon Simulator. Hi, by the way, Vanishing Tower. So slow, can't move. Had to fight. If it was more than one, I would have been dead. Run away. This is the fastest I can move right now. I almost died. There we go. That can go over there. I'm surprised though that Antarctica managed to make it up to negative 139, coldest recorded temperature on Earth. That is ridiculous. I thought that somebody else said that Google had said that minus 89 was the highest. But think about that's insane. Astronauts wearing only a spacesuit can survive in space. Yeah, but aren't those suits like heavily insulated, like to the point where they nice and slow. Oh yeah, you have loot piles. Loot piles are good. Yeah. Oh, I gotta go fishing. Dang it. I like that we started making a wall though for fun. I had no intentions of making a wall at the beginning of this playthrough, but I mean, why not? I'll throw up a wall all the way around the little cabiny area so the zombies leave me alone just a little bit more. Or at least bang on the wall instead. Could you imagine? I I don't have to build a wall around Ravencreek though, because Ravencreek, much like Louisville, is like 90% of the wall completed. I would just have to gate off the front entrance of it. See, that's the record temp where people live. But I could see that like an ice age being like more cold, right? So like them finding out about an ice age through like special ice or something. I'm not sure. I'm not a climatologist. Although that would be a cool profession. Cool profession. I'm lame. That's a pun. Uh, didn't even mean to do that. Oh yeah. There's like fossils and stuff up there as well. That's frozen in the ice. Yeah, exactly. Some places might be way, way colder. It's just like, for example, when you get the weather in an area that's like, it's not going to be the same temperature literally every part of the city. You know what I mean? There are going to be parts of your city that are going to be colder than other parts of your city. That's just how that works. Because there's some parts that are going to be directly in the wind, and there's going to be some parts that are like sheltered and kind of warm. How are we doing for these? I'm going to need to go pick up more of that. Yeah, this can go in there. No. That's July 21st, 1983. But then what is that other one? There's somebody that's seen a minus like one. Oh, that's 135. Okay, well either way, it doesn't matter. That's still cold. It's so cold. I'm not keen on weather like that. Let's leave that weather there, shall we, and not bring it down here. That seems like a good idea. Comparatively down here to that area. We'll leave that weather there. Let's not share it. Let's just keep it there. The other minus 10. Um, it's funny because what was it? Sweden and a bunch of other places were experiencing a fairly hard cold snap. We had a cold snap here too, but it wasn't. It didn't really. I guess. Well, we had power issues and stuff. You think it was a conversion error? Probably. It's very easy to mess that up when there's two different systems that are running, like both Fahrenheit and in Celsius. And then also the other systems. It would be like literal seconds, probably. That kind of weather is just not meant to be. It's not meant to be. You got arrows on the floor? Yeah, you see, I've been doing the same routine. Go fish during fishing hours. Go and chop at least a little bit of wood, and then rinse and repeat. Get some berries if I'm feeling like my character's too big, or like in terms of weight. Like gradually, we're balancing it out, right? But there's not much else I can be doing right now, so to just deal with it, we I've been finding fun little things to do. Like I wrote fish on the ground, put arrows on my path. I wanted to write my name somewhere, so I'm probably going to do that. Yeah, I don't. I wouldn't. Okay, so here we'll see. I'm actually really curious about this. So for folks that want to participate, you can, but for folks that don't, you don't have to participate. But I'm going to do a poll because I am curious. Poll. How do I do this? I've only done one. There we go. We'll do a duration of 5 minutes. There we go. Okay, and I'm going to vote as well. So perfect. Okay, you guys can vote now. Feel free. So which would you prefer? To be too hot or too cold? Like if you had to choose, too hot or too cold? I am curious. So far, the too cold is taking the lead. It's for your environment, but also for you as well. So like, if you're overheated or you're too cold and you want to be warmer, so like could be the area around you, but also your core, like how you feel. Oh, we got somebody who said too hot. Interesting, interesting. So far, it's an 8-to-1 split though. People would much prefer to be cold than be too hot. The logic is sound because you can always add more layers, right? But sometimes layers aren't enough, like and you need like a heater, right? Just like in too cold, you need an AC sometimes because sometimes it's absolutely ludicrously hot. Um, Definitely interesting though. Yeah, both will upset you over time. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Both are kind of like less than ideal. If you had to choose one, though, I'm with you though on the both suck because I don't like being too hot or too cold. I like being in between. Can we be a frog and have a or if frogs get too cold, like those woodland frogs, they can actually freeze solid, like and be fine. There's a type of woodland frog that does that. That actually can be frozen solid and then will thaw out in the spring. Yeah, frogs are special. Yeah, if you don't know about that, you definitely it's an interesting documentary you can watch about frogs. Yeah, they're really cool. How many ropes do I have? 4, 3. Yeah, I remember Emma and me watching that. It was really cool. As long as it doesn't rain on you. Oh, being cold and wet sucks. Yeah, being hot and wet sucks too, though. Unless you're in a pool. I really like swimming. I haven't been swimming in a while. I probably should go. Swimming is so comfy. You prefer mild cold. That's fair. Yeah, too cold won by 89%. I am not surprised, but at the same time, kudos to the person that voted for too hot. I have to say, that person's awesome. Oh, we tripped. My glasses fall off? No. But yeah, I agree. Being too cold does suck. But you can kind of at least mitigate it a little bit. But not like this. This level of cold is just you can't mitigate this. What are you gonna? You can't go outside. Going outside at all in this would just that's death. Even being inside, the fire would eventually go out because what are you gonna burn after a little while? It's just gonna run out of fire. Okay, well we have a little bit larger of a radius. But yeah, kudos to that person that voted for too hot. It's good. It's good to be honest and appreciate that. You know, strike out and be different. It's okay. Sometimes it depends on the partner too, because I have a very like excessive like have extra body heat. Like I give off a lot of heat, probably from living in the cold for so long. Um, Emma's the opposite. Is like cold, like all the time cold. So it's like great. It's the perfect match in terms of that because Emma's always cold and I'm always overheating. So it's like it's great. But I can overheat to the point where I'll overheat myself. Like it's just like it's and I'm just like, blah. Ooh, grapes. Nom nom grapes. There's people in Texas that just love the heat. That's fair. Like, I mean, in fairness, because like a lot of Texas is really really hot. I remember them having like an issue with snow. Like, I feel like I'm tearing down the entire forest. We are managing to maintain axes, though. No forest can contain me. No, no, no. This is the fastest I can go, by the way, because of hypothermia. It's absurd. I can go faster if I go and warm up, but it's just like I have to constantly go back to the house. Constantly warm up. So annoying. But I signed up for it, so it's not like I'm complaining about that. It's like, dang, cold. Why are you so cold? Cold does not exist. It is the absence of heat. There we go. This can come back with me. We can put that away. It's nice to have little projects, though. And if I ever need wood, I can just take down the wall. Sit on the ground and warm up. Oops, sorry. Bumped the mic. My bad. Your skin is upset. I'm sorry. My apologies. Those kinds of arguments are always ridiculous. It's like the whole ocean is a soup argument, or shovels are just big spoons. Those arguments are meant to be ridiculous, just for the sake of being ridiculous. At least that's what I'd like to believe. For sanity's sake. Sorry. uh, Vanishing Tower gonna throw hands here in a bit. Nobody will be safe. Mm. Delicious, delicious tea. Come on, you can make it. It's time for fishing. What is our carpentry at now, anyways? Still almost 4. Well, as we get more and more on this on the go, it'll get closer and closer to higher levels of carpentry. Sounds like you're building an angry mob. Alright, so here's your pitchfork. You enjoy that. And this is a torch. Here's how you light it. Alright, so we need to be in a particular formation. Are you not feeling angry today? Well, we can make that a bit of a difference for you. We've got one of our members here that's really good at stamping on toes. I don't know about you, but having a broken toe definitely makes me angry. Unpack. Wonder what kind of angry mob it would be. Okay, time to go. I feel like the zombies in this sometimes are an angry mob. And stomping on your toes. It's always when you stub your toe, though. It's the worst. Absolutely the worst. Always so much pain. Why does it have to hurt so much? It's the worst. It's like you. I don't know if I have enough wood. How much wood is this, anyways? 4 logs is for 24 hours. There is way more than 4 logs here. For some reason, thought I heard something. Let's hope I'm wrong. Just much easier to hope I'm wrong. Yeah, that happens sometimes. It is unfortunate. I'm glad that I don't injure myself like that very often, but when I do, it's always terrible. No, I put lemongrass in it by accident. Didn't I? No, I didn't. Yeah, it's definitely not pleasant. I wonder if the pain moodle gives you heat. Huh. I don't think it does, but that would be an interesting thing. Scratching like a leg or something to try and gain more heat. I don't think the pain moodle gives you heat though. I know thirst gives you more heat, and so does corpse sickness. Eight more minutes and then you can clock out. Best of luck to you and finishing your shift. Hopefully it is smooth and you don't get too much more work to do. But then again, if it can kill that last 8 minutes really fast, like you get like one little piece of work that doesn't take very long, that sometimes can help. Okay. You enjoy listening to my morning streams? I'm appreciative of that. I like to stream. It's really fun. I get to enjoy good company. I get to try to do cool challenges and relax and have fun. It's been wonderful coming back to streaming. And I'm glad I found a game like Zomboid to play. That's really entertaining, sort of story-ish, and that I can kind of just enjoy and just relax and just have a story play out. Sometimes it can work in my favor, sometimes it's not really in my favor, but you know, it does all depend though. I don't think I want to do sprinters with the winter mod. I don't think I would do cryo winter sprinters. That sounds like absolute pain. Like it rolls off the tongue fun, like in a fun way. Cryo winter sprinters. It sounds cool, but that's all it does. It sounds cool. The gameplay behind it is literally pain. Cause think about it. Cold affects your attack speed and your movement speed. Both things that the zombies already are beating you in sprinters. They're faster than you and they can attack fairly quickly. So if you lower your attack speed and your movement speed, well, you're SOL. Normal pop, though. So that's what, 1x? I mean, it would be doable. It's just, it sounds like pain. I think I would want to do regular sprinters, like, you know, like ×8, ×6, ×10, something like that. And then just sprinters. With cognition. Yeah, or the 28, what is it, 28 something later? Is it 28 weeks or 28 days? I don't remember. The, where they have the sprinter zombies. I haven't seen that movie in, like, absolutely an eternity. And I don't really remember much about it at all. True winter seems terrifying. It is. It's awful. But it's kind of fun, too. There was two movies, 28 days later and 28 weeks later. I know in one of those movies there's Shamblers, though, right? Or am I thinking of a different movie series? They run in both? Okay. So then I'm thinking of a different movie then. That has maybe I'm thinking Evil Dead. That has Shamblers. No, but in Evil Dead they run too, don't they? I don't remember. These are all zombie movies that I literally have no, like, my memory on them is like spotty at best. I remember, what was it? There was a book in Evil Dead, the Necronomicon, where you could like bring back the dead or something. Or the plot is vague in my mind. Cool for chat fireworks. Okay, let's have a sit. Let's put you on there. Dawn, night, and day. They only walk and stumble. Okay, so dawn, night, and day of the dead. Okay, that sounds familiar to me. Oh, we've made a little bit of a log wall now. They were living people infected with a rage virus. Oh, neat. Well, and Project Zomboid zombies are technically not zombies either. Because zombies didn't exist in this universe, and therefore the zombies in this universe are actually zomboids. But most of us just call them zombies, anyways. There's a handful of folks in the community that do call them zomboids, though, as well. Look at that, we found an engineering magazine. I can make a noisemaker. That's like worthless. If the game gives me the herbalist magazine in foraging, though, I'm gonna be a little bit mad at it. But also not, because I needed the herbalist way earlier in the playthrough. So yeah, it's fine. Thank you, by the way, for the follow. Okay, let's go and fish. Just barely managing to get our. If we keep maintaining our weight, then I may actually not need to eat. Like, we don't really need to eat fish right now, but I'd rather maintain than not. But look, we made it almost halfway through December already. Then we just have to finish January and February, and then we're done with the winter. things are pretty good so far. They could just stay that way. That would be nice. It does suck though that we're always so tired every night. It's because of the cold. Being too cold or too hot are both really, really bad for your stamina. Hmm? Oh, you don't even need to do a mod for that, by the way. Because if you go to the studio map challenge has day sprinters. So it's a smaller map, but it is still it's a fairly good map for doing that kind of stuff on. Here we are. Can you get frostbite and zomboid? No, no, you can't. I mean, you maybe with mods you could, but thankfully, thankfully we don't get frostbite. In this, we would just be dead. There would be no frostbite. It would be instantly frozen and dead. That's what would happen. You wouldn't live in minus 150 55. You'd just be dead. That's why right now I'm just biding. I'm biding my time. I'm being patient. I'm waiting as best I can. So we're maintaining, doing our fishing, trying to keep our weight. If we can keep our weight and keep chopping down trees at the rate we're going, I'll maybe build a wall all the way around here. And eventually my goal will be to retake the trailer park, but I can't viably go out there when I can't even path briefly away from a fireplace without risking the zombies catching themselves on fire. That's one of the reasons why I can't go out right now and siege the trailer park like I want to. Is because if I go over there, I'll need to fight the zombies around a fire, and kiting hordes around a flame is annoying. It's not impossible, but you would just have to try to make sure to take smaller groups. But if you have like one zombie that decides to wander off or through your fire, it's no good. Ooh. That was a somewhat lucky day. It is good that we forged up that pot, though, because otherwise we would be a little bit screwed. Not completely, because we could just eat the fish, the fillets, but I don't. It's much better to eat them as a meal. I just wanted to see if I needed to rest. We'll warm up and then we'll. Oops. We'll start foraging. I need to find some chipstones for more axes. It would be nice to have a car eventually because, well, actually, I wonder how good the car heater is. I don't actually know the answer to that. I was just thinking about cars and then AC and heater came to mind. I wonder if they are good enough to heat you in weather like this. I've never really had a reason to have the heater or the AC on in the car. I wonder how badly they drain the battery. Do these like 5 trees I think that are here. Go ahead and warm up. Come back. So bring all the branches with me. Okay. And we gotta go fish now. We get like 3 walls done every, well, approximately 3 walls done every day. Eventually we'll have them up. I also need more access though. I need to keep searching. It will be interesting. Didn't catch anything. I wonder if we should start. Well, what we'll do right now is I'm gonna do this wall project for a while, and then maybe once the wall's complete around this particular area, we'll start doing fitness. Because I don't see a reason not to do fitness. It's just the issue is that don't want to what happened last time to happen this time, and that is while I'm doing fitness, I get flanked, and then my character's too tired to engage, and then we end up getting our home burned down. Skill issue. Yeah, we can't afford it. We don't have very much. I need more clothing to rip. I just can't make it. Next time I do this sort of challenge that involves this level of fire making, I might go park ranger. They get a bonus, right? I don't remember, but I would definitely look for whatever class has a bonus to making fires, because it's really obnoxious. I have seen enough sturdy sticks break. Thank you. Okay, I am going to go and look for just a little bit more in hope. But I need ripped clothes really badly if I want to continue this wall nonsense that I'm doing. Thank you very much for the follow. Okay, that's good enough. Blah. Too much. Too much. Like, way too cold. Almost there, though. Halfway through December. 2 months and a half to go. Three to make sure that you don't get boredom. Four if you have two other ingredients to put in your fish. That's to gain weight. Like if you don't want to gain weight, two fish is fine, and then do four veg. Or alternatively, just eat veg. You don't need to eat the fish at all. Um, Eating berries and mushrooms, so long as you have the herbalist, is good for losing weight, as well as eating bird is good for losing weight as well because it doesn't really give you calories. Um, Junk food, depending on the junk food, of course, can also help you get lower your calories. I know that sounds kind of weird, but some of the junk foods are not very calorie rich. Meanwhile, like things like chocolate and chips are. So if you want to gain weight, you can do that. It's all based around your weight. So you want to stay in between 76 and 84. Those are the ways to do it. If one of your characters is 93, then you need to stop eating fish and start eating berries and mushrooms, and so long as you have the herbalist. If you don't have the herbalist, eating crops is best. So like cabbages, potatoes, strawberries. And all you do is you make sure that you maintain your character. Eventually the weight will come off, especially if you're looting and fighting. You're amazing. Thank you very much for the follow. I am right now running around, and I should be chopping this little foresty bit here down. Is what I should be doing. But what I actually need to be doing is foraging as well. I need more chipstone. Yes, chipstone. I absolutely love keeping my character at the right weight because I think that it's just good to have your character at a good weight because then you don't get any debuffs. The debuffs are actually quite severe in terms of your stamina and damage. So it's best to not have any of them. No overweight, no obese, no very underweight, no underweight. Yeah, you don't want any of those. If you can get rid of them, get rid of them. Because the stamina debuffs are just not good. Your character's gonna suffer. And then in this kind of challenge, I'm already suffering with the whole cold thing, so I don't need the extra in terms of the weight issues. So as soon as I could lose very underweight, I did. Yeah, every little debuff and buff can count. You can kind of min max. You don't need to though completely. You can kind of function without min maxing to the max. But the game it depends on what settings you're playing on. Some games are forgiving, some games are not as forgiving. But I mean, so long as you're having fun. If you're having fun, then you're winning, in my opinion. So So we have an axe in our hand, we have an axe in our, and we have 10 axes saved up. We want to keep saving axes up. So I'll do one more sort of rope around over here, and then we'll warm up and chop down a few more trees. Nice. Okay, we'll warm up and then we'll go chop down some trees. Okay. Do another batch of trees here, build more wall. Oops. I should re-mention that I don't recommend people speed up and chop the wood, but it saves time a little bit, but it's also putting your character a little bit in danger, just a little bit. And in this, you wouldn't want to put yourself in danger at all, especially when dealing with movement debuffs like cold. Okay, so we should be able to run down, get some more fishing done. I mean, yeah, but what you could do is you could do a little bit of both. What stops you from doing both? Like doing a base and then having a nomad as well. Like you could do both. Best of both worlds. Do a little base building, then leave your base and go be nomadic for a little while, then come back, do a little bit more base building. Mix the playthrough. Why not? It is tempting, right? And if you like building bases, like you could always have a fallback point that way. A place that you can go and like rest and when you're not out and about and being a nomad. Kind of like a mixture. I have no idea what you're saying. Acronyms are already kind of not my strong suit. I don't know what that means. There's a storm coming, best head back to shelter. Oh, that's unfortunate. Once the base is safe, you never want to spend a night outside it, but why? Wouldn't you want to go fighting zombies and looting? And I mean, I suppose being safe and sound is nice, but a lot of the game is to explore, and you know, there might be loot in one of them their houses, or you might find a point of interest that's neat. But you always come back to it once it's set up. So make outposts. Do a main base, but then make outposts. So like, if let's say you go to Louisville, you really like those shore bases, right, or those shore houses. You make a house in there. One of those houses, your main hub. Then from there, you can have little bases as you go along. So like, do a little base in Valley Station. Do a little base in like the other side of of Louisville. Do one in West Point. Just making little bases. Yeah, playing a weather or sorry, a nomad until the weather says it's gonna be kind of. You can kind of chill in your base. It's okay to enjoy the base though. There's nothing wrong with enjoying basing. Basing is really fun. I'm very much a stay in the base kind of player. Of course, I don't like staying in bases too long. I like to go and get stuff done. I like to be productive. Right now, though, I'm trapped here. I have very little movement that I can manage to make happen. We're stuck here. I can't leave. I may be able to leave if we manage to forage up like long johns, a puffer jacket, and padded pants, but I'm not holding any hope for that. Maybe, and even then, I don't know if that would be warm enough because it's literally that cold. Good thing I checked this. We have enough wood up here to last for like a week or two. That's kind of nice. Let's see. Another day, or well, start of a day, no fish. We're almost through December, though. 13 more days. Or no, 14. 14 more days through December, and then we're done with December. And then we just have January and February to deal with. 2 more in-game months. And then we can start sieging the trailer park again. It's minus 157. Wake you up when December ends. Wake me up. Oh, that's a good song. Is it December though? I'm pretty sure it's September, right? Is it September or December? I'll just figure out what mods. Oh, neat. Okay, nifty. I've never played Valheim before. It's 100% September? Okay, good to know. I've never played Valheim before. But I might play Valheim, maybe, if I have time. I might try. I'm going to probably play a little bit of Lethal Company with Chelsea and all of the other creators that are going to be doing that, which is going to be kind of fun. And then trying to think what else I've got and planned, kind of. I want to do more Monster Hunter, and I want to continue Enshrouded, which is fun. These are all things that I'm doing like by myself, though. Enshrouded is a really good game. I do really like it. I really do hope that it improves its optimization. And everybody else can enjoy it too. That are, well, it's specific for me. I really want Emma to enjoy it, but it's difficult because it is hard. It is neat, but it can be a bit stuttery at times and have issues, especially in multiplayer. Um, so it's cool, and I like the game. I really do, but I'd like it to be a little bit more optimized. Aw. Yeah, I live in hypothermia. And a lot of folks really like Power World, but and I probably should give it a go at some point in the future, but it's like I don't know. If I wanted to play Pokemon, I know it's not Pokemon, but I'd probably play Temtem, or I'd continue our Temtem run that me and Emma have going. Temtem is hard though, a hard Pokemon game to play. because it has actual difficulty. It was really funny seeing the first gym leader and that she actually had like a full loadout and like different Thames, like, and so it was so essentially it was like she was actually trying to be a good trainer. Better offline with like 2 to 4 friends. That sounds like Arc. Same thing with Arc. Arc is better offline. You better to not play on a public server and have the experience with Arc that I had, because I had a really like enjoyable but then shitty experience with Arc that colored my perception a little bit bitter. I like Ark because I like dinosaurs. I really do. I think they're cool, and I would really like Ark as a concept. But one, the company kind of pissed me off a little bit with the fact that they have an early access title and they were releasing DLC. Don't release DLC if your game's not done. That's not appropriate. Like, I get it if you need funding and stuff, like it, but don't release your game. Release your game first, then start doing DLC. The So that rubbed me the wrong way. But also, I had an experience on a multiplayer server. It was a public server. Um, we spent the entirety of 2 days. I think it was 2 days taming and like catching like one of the T Rexes, and it belonged to my friend. Like we tamed it, and then it was his. Anyways, I went to sleep because I had to go to sleep, and it took multiple days of taming. Like we had to like stay on and like take it in shifts basically to tame that thing. And as my friend's on while and they see a message that the T-Rex that was we had it like penned in our little it was penned in our home. Um, Somebody killed it with ranged weapons, which is fine. Like, I mean, yeah, okay, it sucks, but it really upset my friend. I was like, okay, well, that's one knock on Arc, and then the next knock ended up being we went to war after that person killed the T Rex. I kind of when people hurt my friends, I don't really appreciate that. So I spent the next 24 hours scouting the entire island, the entire thing. I knew where everybody's base was. I had maps of everything, and I then planned out an attack that where they lost all their dinos. We killed all of their dinosaurs. And then the admins just gave them full maxed out leveled auto tamed dinos back. So I was just like, okay, well, if that's how this is going to be, like, it's not something that I'm going to enjoy. It was my fault for playing on a public server, though. And those people, obviously, that were on the public server, they either were, like, people who paid for the server or something. But they can kill our dino, and, you know, we lose we lose several days' worth of progress, and it upsets my friend. Meanwhile, they get auto-tamed free stuff. Like, that's a little bit silly. I didn't like that. So it already, that and comboed with the fact that when you start Arc up, the start menu is absolutely the worst thing that's ever been designed by anyone. It's the slowest, worst, like, it's like terrible. Now, in saying that, it maybe has changed since I last played the game, and who knows? Maybe Arc is actually significantly better, and it probably would have colored my perception a little bit more positively if I had played with friends only and not on a public server. So that was on me, and I admit that that was my fault. But still, the game has its problems. You've never had to deal with the PUBG UI? Yes, I have. I used to play PUBG. Back in the Battle Royale craze, I was actually one of the folks that really played a lot of different Battle Royales. And truth be told, I'm actually really, really good at Battle Royales. I don't like them. I find that they're very cheesy and boring and the same. But for example, when Realm Royale was in its popular stages, I had played over 1,000 games and had a 70% win rate. Like I'm not bad at those games. I just don't enjoy them. I find that they're boring and that they're same over and over and over again. Get into the circle, positional combat, kill people of priority. Make sure you're reading the feed to see who's in the game so that you can predict where they're likely going to go. And then go from there. It's very simple. Yeah, that's true. A game really needs to have a certain, like PZ. I like PZ. It's really really good. It's an amazing game. It speaks to me. It says it's got the sim s quality, the grindiness to it, and it's just the building a story. That's true. But see, I never really just killing the other people was never something that was the biggest part of shooters for me. Um, when I played Overwatch, it would be a good example of that. I did very much enjoy getting high kill numbers and doing like playing in high elo or low elo and then raising accounts to high elo, and it was really fun doing all of that stuff. But I don't know, just getting a high kill count never really was the only thing that drove me in a game. I had to have other goals. Okay, we've got 6 sheet ropes. I need to do at least 3 trees. And then we'll set up this. But yeah, those as battle royales became more and more popular, it was starting to get really tiresome and just boring. I had enough about it. When Fortnite uh, finally became a battle royale, because Fortnite, for those that don't know, was not a battle royale in its initial release. It was a turret defense game, like a defend your crystal kind of defend game, kind of like the weirdest part about it, though, for me, or at least in my opinion, was that it had very limited building abilities. Like you couldn't really build that much for your bases, which always confused me a little bit because it was very limited in its building stuff. And then it changed. Which I mean, like it's not the game wasn't for me. And sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I ended up actually liking battle royales. Because if you're passionate in something and you're skilled in it, oh, you just go right. We're gonna skip fishing today. But yeah, just having skill alone is not enough. You actually have to care. Because if you don't care, people can tell. And you can tell. It won't make you happy. You won't be happy. And if you're not happy, there's no point. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Can I light this? Yes. Waited in game hour. Sleep now. I do want to forage, but at the same time, that's a lot of frog emotes. I suppose you must really like them. I'm glad you like the emotes. They are really cute. Okay, it's good there. Grab you and start fishing. There's no more firsts. What do you mean? First is there's only one, and it's given to whoever presses the button first. So, you know, it's celebrated as with like frog rain and such. It's nice. I like it. But it's whenever the stream starts. That's how first works. Yeah. So. And then wellness check is me checking myself if I'm doing okay, if I need a refill on my drink, if I need to use the washroom, stretch, etc. So sometimes I'll take longer breaks, sometimes I'll take shorter breaks. It just depends. Sometimes I'll just have a sip of my drink and just carry on with what I'm doing. And then sometimes I'll stretch and pause and stuff. It depends. There are varying levels of wellness, and you need to know whether or not you need more or less. And then the other things in the channel are like you can change the text on the bottom of the sign down here. That's 10K. I'm actually going to shorten the cooldown, so it's only going to be an hour. I think because I didn't do it today, but I forgot to do it. That's why. But I'll do it later. So like probably after stream, I'll shorten the cooldown so that everyone can enjoy changing the bottom text a little bit more often. Maybe we'll even lower the cost a little bit. Maybe. I'm thinking about it. Because if it's gonna be every hour, then it shouldn't cost nearly as much. Right? That's how that works? I'm pretty sure. we'll go inside, get her. There we go. But yeah, I like the redeems, and I want to come up with some new redeems as well. But it's one of those things that redeems are not really the primary focus of a channel usually, and I don't want them to be too disruptive. So I've had redeems before, and probably might bring those back. Maybe. My health is fine. It's just it's hypothermia that's killing me right now, but it's fine. Hypothermia kills slowly, so it's not like I'm gonna be that worried about it. Um, but let's see. I just want things that are fun but not too disruptive. So I'm still kind of mulling over the things that I would want to do. I want them to be like good. I was thinking like some frog related things. I've got a list. But we'll see. That first one's almost done. I have very many sheets left, so I can't really afford to be, because I need these. Lavender. Oh, so you mean this, right? Yeah, that's my favorite flower. Okay, let's go chop down some more trees. We'll probably chop them down from that side over there. Because we don't need to do too much more. Because we'll be doing this side soon. Only chop the dead ones? What does that mean? What? Dead ones? There are no dead trees in Project Zomboid. Or maybe they're all dead and I just don't know it. Like they're all like that would maybe be explain why the trees are so hostile. Maybe all the trees are actually dead. Huh. Never thought about that. They're not beautiful trees. We don't know that. They might be. We're not trees. At least I'm not a tree. Get a little bit of water in. It's definitely interesting. Ooh, that's a big fish. All right, let's head back and head to sleep. Oh, have a good one. What? I can't see anything. There we go. The reason why I want that lid is just in case downstairs. I want light down there, so then in case a zombie goes in down there, I can see it right away. Having it lit is actually costing me in terms of fuel. But I will easily pay that for an extra good vision. All right. Now, as I would like to continue, I unfortunately can't because I've got prior engagements that I gotta go do. So I'm going to stop there. What's that? Okay. Alrighty. But still, we've made it some progress. We're over halfway through the first month of winter, so we'll be finishing December really soon, and then we just have January and February to do, and then that's it. And then we should be into spring, and then I can start pushing for the trailer park. I'm hoping that we can do it a little bit sooner than that. But anyway, it's been my pleasure as always, everybody. Wish you guys all the best, and I will post somebody. Not really sure whom, but we will figure it out. Let's see. Oh, I know where we'll go. We'll go here. You guys can go say hi to Vanishing Tower. It's been my pleasure as always. Have yourself a good one.